Hello, good morning. How are you? Managed to be on time and all the cameras are working. This is a good start. How are you? This is ArtCat. So I'm going live on Facebook, YouTube and Twitch at the same time. I'm actually going to go live for the first time today as well on Instagram. So I'm just going to turn down one of my volumes in my headset because I've got hold on. There we are. I've got me voice in my ear because I think I'm live on 3 of those different channels. So otherwise, what will happen is we got like an echo of my voice because not all the streams on the different formats all happen at the same time. There's normally like a 20-30 second delay, and then in my headset I've got like 3 or 4 versions of my own voice. So it's a bit like sort of talking to yourself but 3 times over. It's rather disconcerting. So yeah, today I'm actually going to try and go live on Instagram at the same time. I have to do Instagram separately on my phone, so bear with us. Whichever format you're on, please do say hello, jump in. We're going to be painting today. Came from a bit of a conversation I had with my boys. I was chatting with Callan the other day and I was asking him what his favourite game character was, because I was going to do a realistic version of it, and I was thinking of something like Pokemon, and it turned out to be a character called Snake from a game that originated back from an old movie from Escape from New York called Snake Plissken. So I Google imaged Kurt Russell, who played the character, and I did him a quick portrait of that. Then I contacted Ethan and said, look, what is your favourite character? So he's come up with a guy from Splinter Cell, Fisher, I think his name is. So I was googling Fisher and found out that Tom Hardy is going to play this character apparently in a movie that's coming up. So that's what I'm going to do today. So for those of you who are Tom Hardy fans, be quite happy. For those of you who are gaming fans, be quite happy. And those of you who are just art fans in general, hopefully you'll enjoy this as well. So I'm going to do canvas. I've got it already here prepped. What I want to do first though is go onto Instagram. So I've never gone live before. Dun, dun, dun. So you have to bear with us because this is all brand new. This is what, nearly a year? I thought that. Nearly a year of doing ArtCat. So it's quite a journey. So if whatever format you're on, whichever place, if you're on Twitch or YouTube or Facebook, say hello in the chat so I know you're there. If you ask any questions, it is much more of a conversation thing. It's much more fun. It's more fun for you to watch and it's more fun for me to do as well. So please do ask a question. I'm going to go live. Just checking my connection. Oh, I'm live now. Hooray! Well, hello Instagram world. This is the very first time we've ever done this on Instagram, but it's almost a year since we do ArtCat. Basically, it is a small get-together of. I'll turn you around just to give you a quick view of what's happening. So this is me. Hello, scary beard in the face. So basically, ArtCat is a collection of people that we've got to know over the last year since COVID. From all over the place. Basically started off with my original live classes. They were all cancelled because of COVID, so I set up doing it online about a year ago and carried on doing it every Saturday since then. So this is the very first time that I'm going live on Instagram. We normally I do a bit of a paint demo, chat about anything. You can ask any questions you want, and we can have a conversation as I'm doing it. I'm going to be doing a portrait, I was just explaining there, of Fisher from Splinter Cell. It's because I had a conversation with our two lads earlier on this week. Benjamin, hello, first time joining you. What's one tip you would give to somebody about working as an artist, if you could only ever give one tip? Enjoy what you do. And there's somebody's just asking me a tip there over on Facebook. The reason why I'm saying enjoy what you do, it's purely because it's you doing it. You're not forced to do it. You can go get a job elsewhere if you want to, but if you're setting yourself up as an artist full time, you enjoy it. You know, even sometimes the challenges of what you're doing can be really, really tough. But if it's in your control, you've got to remind yourself to enjoy it. The artwork that you're doing, it's yours to do, and you don't have to do it if you don't want to. You can change direction if you want to. You can connect with so many different artists if you want to. If they start to annoy you or you don't enjoy them, you can change track. So first and foremost, enjoy it. You're lucky to do it. You make your own luck, and it's not an easy thing to do, but enjoy it. That's the main thing. If you don't enjoy the process, you can try and find out different ways of doing things. You can invest the time into learning new techniques and new tips, new materials. So whatever stumbling block or hurdle you hit, just remind yourself to enjoy it. Don't see it as a block, see it as just something to move around or get over. So yeah, my one tip, Benjamin, is to enjoy it. So this is what we're going to do today. Actually, there's no big, serious artistic challenge today. It's about enjoying what I'm doing. Benjamin says he's a first-year student at uni, and you agree. You find that if I enjoy what I'm doing and making, the work tends to be much better, at least more fulfilling. Exactly, that's it. Yes, there's got to be times when you've got to kind of plow through things. You've got to, be testing your technical ability, or you've got to really fathom out what your concept's about. That's an enjoyable process, and if you make that a part of your pattern of behaviour or the pattern of your working style, it becomes part of your technique or your rhythm as an artist. If you just remind yourself to enjoy it, allow the paint to flow. If a mistake happens, it's okay, it's part of the process. What can you do with it? Did it improve your work? Did it completely ruin your work and you've learned something new so you don't do it again, so you don't create a new problem? So that would be my top tip, enjoying it. So today we're going to be creating a painting of a guy from Splinter Cell, the game. And it came from a conversation I had with Callan, a little boy, and I say boy, they're both grown men, they're both in their 20s. Because I asked him what his favourite gaming character was, and he came up with a guy called Snake. And when we were having a chat about it, he said apparently the origin for this character was Snake Plissken from Escape from New York. So I did a painting of Kurt Russell as Snake Plissken, and then I asked Ethan, so his character was his character from Splinter Cell. And as I was googling it and finding out, apparently, I don't know if this is true, it might be just internet rumour, but Tom Hardy is going to be playing this character. So I've got a picture of Tom Hardy which I'm going to do as this character. I'm going to paint it today. So I'm going to turn you around so you can see the canvas. There we go. Sorry it's a bit wobbly on Instagram. I'm going to set you down there. You've got a nice view. Belfast Beatnik, welcome to you. I'll give you a wave. Hello. So Belfast Beatnik has just joined us over on Instagram. I'm trying to find a way, there we are, to set this up so you can kind of see a very obscure. I had this all set up this morning, it was great, and now I can't get the camera to stay still. Hang on. We'll get there slowly. So, as I say, I'm live on Instagram and Facebook and YouTube all at the same time. It's like my camera's drunk or something. Sorry for making you seasick, people over on Instagram, but hopefully you'll get a bit of a view now of what's going to go on here. And for you guys on all the different platforms and formats there, welcome back. So let's say you've got a slightly different view of me in the corner and my microphone as well. So move out of the way. There we are. So if you've got any questions at all, drop in, ask away. So I've got a picture here of Tom Hardy. It's just a generic picture of his face from a game. But the one of Splinter Cell is a certain character. Apparently he's got like night vision goggles on, I don't play many games at all, so it's a bit of an education for me trying to figure out what is what and who's who, and yeah, it was a bit of fun. So Benjamin, what are you studying yourself at uni? What type of art are you doing? Are you fine artist, painting, drawing, illustration? Type of thing are you looking to do? So I'm going to be working in oils today on my canvas. So I'm literally going to paint a very loose kind of picture. Well, not loose, but kind of a very sort of structured element of his face and how I can get him to kind of look. He's such a great character actor, Tom Hardy. So when it comes to doing his face, I want to give him. You know, if I've painted him from some of the movies he's been in, he so embodies the character that he's portraying. So I think what's going to be interesting is trying to get a character of this guy from Splinter Cell, who's kind of this army guy. It's like Tom Clancy shooting up game, I think. You might be able to give me some better information. Sane, hello, good to see you as well. Just joined us over on Instagram. So I'll keep trying to check the screen down in the corner there. And if, guys, if you're on any, if you want to have a say hello in any of the chats, you're more than welcome. Benjamin over on Facebook is doing fine art. He started painting and drawing. Found himself moving into sculpture. Cool. The performance has developed, which in turn I've never anticipated, and it's awesome. Yep. Still love painting and draw though. Yeah, you'll find that you might use all of those skills at some other stage. It might not be part of your degree, but you might find them. You come back to them later on. My background is in fine craft design, and I specialise in ceramics. And did a bit of stonemasonry as well. I was actually a jewellery designer, my first job after uni. So completely different to painting and drawing, but I have found that I can dip back in. And what I found was with the sculpture element, it really helped my painting. And my painting has really helped my sculpture, because you are looking at a three-dimensional quality when you're doing sculpture, and when you're painting, you're thinking about things in 3 dimensions. When I'm starting to use colour with sculpture, I start to look at it in a more painterly type of way. So all of these things kind of cross over into each other. You can pick out the strengths and weaknesses. My first job as a jewellery designer was more commission-based, so I had to think about what I was to perform to a brief, so that was very helpful. I write my own briefs, if you like, when you're doing your own work. So yeah, so that's what I do. So I'm going to quickly, I've got an idea about the style of head that I've got here in front of me. So I'm just going to loosely block out a very rough kind of shape of Mr. Tom Hardy's head. Just getting the kind of angles of his face, really. His jawline, got a great face. Maybe part of his ear there. It's just a very sort of simple head shape. So those of you interested in portraiture and things, hopefully this will help you with things like proportions. I did a small video ages ago, a few weeks ago now, on proportions, very simple basic one, about rendering proportions and where they fit. I think it's always important to kind of understand what the head looks like in 3 dimensions. You can draw like a circle shape to start off with. And this does go back to another video I did about drawing a circle, because the idea of form, I think we did this a few weeks ago on ArtCAD. I'm still doing the video for that, in fact. But ideally, thinking about that as a circle shape, where this kind of line comes, we can orientate it. Now he's not looking straight at us, he's not looking straight up and out, he's looking kind of in that kind of direction. What else have we got down there? Pretty Deadly. Hello, good to see you. And G. Sutherland. Hello. A few other people joining. Good to see you. It's very lively over there on Instagram. So yeah, basically we're going to be doing some painting today. And Benjamin over on Facebook, he's been looking at a lot of Glenn Brown's work recently, particularly his portraits. Do you know? Really cool style. I don't know him. I might know him. The thing is, I'm awful with names, so I might know him quite well, but I don't. I couldn't honestly place him. But it's good. I'll check him out. Definitely. Thanks for the head. If you've got any information, by the way, any tips and advice, great place to share it. I am literally just breaking down Mr. Hardy's face at the moment into its forms and shapes and things. He's looking. I think he's kind of looking, gazing out that way. His face is slightly pointing out this way. So this is going to be. Have his hairline coming around that way, and so I'm saying it's very sketchy, very loose. It's very similar to the way I would draw actually. It's very loose and light when I'm starting off. I'm not trying to be perfect straight away. I allow the kind of drawing to kind of develop a little bit. It's got very heavy set eyes on this one because he's kind of, well, the character that he'd be playing in Splinter Cell. Apparently, I don't know if this is a rumour or whether it's been confirmed or not. I just saw it advertised on Instagram and I thought, well, that'd be great. Basically, he's going to be playing a character in Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell in the game. If it's not true, then fair enough. My version of the character will have an element of Tom Hardy to it. Let's say that this all comes from a conversation I had with our boys and finding out what their favourite game characters was. Because I've been working a bit on Twitch and doing different artworks on there. And obviously it's a heavily influenced gaming channel or social stream, and it was quite interesting that when I started doing Callan's favourite character, gaming character, which was Snake Plissken, who's originally comes from the original Escape from New York film. So I think it's back in the early 80s or something like that. Pretty Deadly Nature. Hello. Brilliant to catch you live. We're brilliant to be here live. This is the first time I've ever gone live on Instagram. So yeah, I'm doing all four formats all at the same time, which I've never done before. So it could be a bit of an experience. So normally I started this about, or it is nearly a year ago, if not a year, sort of today. Might have been last week, because my original art classes were all cancelled because of COVID, which I did in a local art centre here in Northern Ireland called the Ards Art Centre, and so as not to kind of lose connection with the people who came to the art classes, I kind of wanted to keep them going, so I started doing it online, and I did actually start it purely off on my mobile phone. So the experience that you're getting today on Instagram is pretty much the same experience people were getting about a year ago. I literally sat with my phone in front of my face and painted and drew. So I normally did this for a couple of hours, and I might be going a little bit longer today because I actually want to get this finished and do it in one go. So I don't know how long Instagram Live carries on for. So I'll be here until they switch it off, basically, on Instagram. And for those of you who are following me on Facebook, YouTube and Twitch, I'm going to keep on going until the end of this portrait. I might have to change things around a little bit, move things around. Maybe that nose is a little bit long. It looks very grumpy. I suppose it's kind of I don't know much about the game. Is it like a shoot 'em up game? Splinter Cell? I don't know if you guys play it on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, whatever. Let me know what the game's like. I haven't really played it. I played a little bit of Call of Duty. Maybe that's something similar to it back in the day. So yeah, I'm learning fairly quickly about all these different gaming places from Twitch, where I do a bit of streaming as well. All I'm doing right now is just kind of sketching in where everything is. Just kind of like the fun part of it, you know. You don't get caught up too much in the details. You're kind of looking for the basic forms. Now on this character, he does have a headset on, which is like a night sight. So kind of it comes very low down over his forehead, so I know that it will follow the same shape as his forehead. It'll have a certain structure to it, so there'll be kind of lenses and things that pop out. I know there's 3 lights. I've been doing my research, you see. I've been trying to figure out what these are. It's a bit like a miner's lamp with 3 green lenses in it. So I'm just kind of got to sketch in the shape of those as well. Yeah, something like that. From the angle that I'm looking at his head, I'm going to see a bit more of this side and less of that side. It's got to follow the shape of his head as it comes around as well, so I'm kind of contouring that with the shape of this. That makes sense. The contour of his head has got to follow the contour of the headset thing that he's got on his head. As you can go further back here, I can play around with it later on, but there's like 3 lenses as well, so I'm just going to give myself a little bit of a guide as to where these are. I suppose it'd be above each eye, so maybe there. And the other one's going to be here. And that'll give me another indication about this one's here. So that's the centre of it, and that goes back over his head that way. It's like a strap thing that goes over the top of his head. So this doesn't really exist in life, not yet anyway. If he does play this character, it'd be great. But I've got to kind of get his quality of his face in it as well. So, Alex, you're over there on YouTube. Mr. Start, what is the reference gaming character? So this is from Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, a guy called Fisher, and it's because one of my son's favourite characters of gaming, in gaming. He did come up with a couple of others, and when I was referencing them, one was called in a game called Abyss. It was Watcher, but it was just basically a huge pointy hat. Which I thought, yeah, I could knock that out really quickly because it's just like a big triangle, and I could paint it in and it'll be done. So I thought to challenge myself a little bit more. So when I was researching the character, it's apparently he's going to be made into a movie, and Tom Hardy is going to be playing him. So I'm doing Tom Hardy as Fisher. So that's answering your question there over in YouTube World. Alex. Benjamin, where do you find your live classes? Be cool to have a try. I never get to learn too much. It's like shooting, sneaking. Oh right, I see. The game is like shooting a sneaking around game, kind of a spy. All right, cool. My real life live in-person classes are in, as I said, here in Northern Ireland. A place called the Alds Art Centre. I've been doing this every week for the last year on YouTube and Facebook. Doing basically where you found me. I'm here. So when I say with classes, if there's something that you want to learn, or specifically something that you're working on, you want to talk about, you're more than welcome to. It doesn't have to be about what I'm painting or what I'm doing. I would normally do a demonstration and talk about some of the things. So in this, we're talking about form. I'll be talking about light as I carry on doing it, and sort of proportions, things like that. But there'll be elements that I need to kind of look at, because it's quite realistic in the sense that it's a human face and he's a gaming character who kind of say it's a spyish type game, because he's wearing night lights. He must be sneaking around in the dark an awful lot. But it's helping me kind of figure out sort of the structures and things. These don't exist, so I'm having to kind of, I've got to get a reference to the game itself, so I know that like the cover of the game. So I'm adding sort of elements from that, but I'm not sticking to it 100%, because I'm adding my own little reference to it as well. So where does the most chat take place out of the 4 platforms? Well, today there's quite a few people over on Instagram, so hello to you guys. Facebook is doing quite well today, but I'm hosting it from Twitch. So what I find with Twitch is, once it's been going for a couple of hours, it kind of slowly picks up, and then more and more people join it, and then the chat just kicks off from there. But YouTube's always been a favourite as well. So yes, I can't actually say where the most chat takes place, because it changes. I haven't quite figured out sort of the benefits of one over the other just yet. I know when it first started off, I did start this off on Facebook, and it was great starting off with. As more and more people started to stream, they changed kind of some of the settings, and it had to be linked to a game or something like that for the live, and then now it doesn't. So it's really one of those things that I think everybody's just kind of finding their feet as time's gone on with different formats and things, which is best to stream at. But Instagram's kind of interesting, where it's a great place for artists. If you're an artist and you want to share your artwork, it's a great sort of community of people there. Don't know if you people on Instagram agree or not. You're more than welcome to sort of talk about your artwork as well, and what the types of things you do. I think it's always great to find out other artists and their streams, and how they do certain things, what they're up to, what their methodology is, their painting styles. I'm always really keenly interested in other people's artwork. It's inspiring as well. When I find a really good artist, it could be very easy to get discouraged and go, oh, that person does their artwork so much better than me, I won't bother anymore. But I actually use it as a form of inspiration. It's great to find out other artists' work and how they do it. So I'm just kind of thinking about his headset. Maybe I need to bring that around a little bit more. And these 3 lenses and how they sit. It's almost like 3 little cylinders I'm going to do. So they stick out, obviously. So I can work out that as I go along a little bit more. I might drop this down a little bit. Bring this down here. This one. And then it'll obviously be going on the side of his head that way. kind of getting the forms and shapes of these things in. We'll flip back to got a picture of Tom Hardy's face just so I know what he physically looks like. Got an indication of where his hairline is as well. Everybody's facial features are going to be slightly different. There's a tendency to believe that if you've got the proportions, all the proportions have to be exact, and they don't. They can change around a little bit because everybody's face is slightly different. Alex, you say simply ask because you may respond to a chat which I cannot see and the platform which I'm currently on, so I'm not too sure of the context. I always try and tell you what people, where they are, and I read out basically what people write, just like I've done with you. So I always try to give that context that way. So it doesn't necessarily mean to say if you are on Instagram or if you are on Facebook or YouTube or Twitch or whatever, whichever the stream. If you type something in the chat, I will read it out and say where you're from. So hopefully the thread isn't lost on anybody. It's only when people kind of join halfway through they won't necessarily know now, for example, if they've just joined, what it is I'm painting and why. But hopefully whatever format you're on, you're more than welcome to explain it to them, so I don't have to keep repeating myself. That'd be really, really handy. Just looking at his nose, maybe a little bit that way, a little bit, maybe. So Benjamin's asking over on Facebook, where is everybody from? You're in Sunderland, okay? I don't know where the artists are here from. Some of them are from Belfast. Got quite a few people over on Instagram. Guys, where are you from? Where are you watching from? Maybe like to respond to Benjamin. If you don't feel comfortable about sharing your location, you don't have to. A lot of people will be based here in Northern Ireland, Benjamin. But funny thing is, I nearly went to Sunderland Uni as well to study glass. Because one of my two choices, I was really impressed with their glass department. But this goes back to the 1990s, so I don't know what it's like now. Or even if you have still got a glass department there. But you did have one of the best places in the whole of the UK to study glass. I was really impressed with them. But I decided that ceramics was where my heart lay. I had never done any glass, and I was a little bit of a scaredy cat back in my student days. I always wanted to do fine art as well, but I never thought I was cool enough. Not that you have to be cool to do fine art, but I had no confidence in myself. Now look at me, I'm showing off on YouTube, on Facebook and Twitch all at the same time. You'll be able to judge me yourself later on as to whether you think it's good or not. But as I say, this isn't about my own artistic voice. I do an awful lot of portraiture, working on one over the last few weeks, and if you're on Instagram, or if you see me on Instagram, you'll probably have seen the post that I put up of a friend of mine called Carly. And it's got a surrealistic element to it. She's carrying an orangutan who's carrying a small baby orangutan, and she's in a suit of armour. She was not in a suit of armour as I painted her. She was sat in her folks' living room, so we had a conversation. And the whole idea is that I'm painting people I've known for the last 10 years, friends and family. And the conversation, the paintings are all based around the conversation that we've had. I took notes when we had the conversation, and I took some reference shots, and did those about 2 years ago. And then I went back home and did pencil study of each of them. All pencil studies are done. And now it's a case that I'm doing the portraits. I started them about a year and a bit ago, and they sort of ground to a halt. And I wanted to kind of do them justice, and I just thought my painting skills weren't quite up to par. And you may argue that they're still not when you see this terrible demonstration that I'm doing, kind of painting and chatting at the same time. But I was just kind of frustrated with the quality of my painting, so I put them on a hiatus for a while, and I have been painting and drawing since then. But during COVID, it's really given me an emphasis to kind of paint them a little bit more. And yeah, I finished off Carly's. I have got one done right at the very beginning, which worked out okay, which was a friend of mine, Steve McCartney, who's a really good musician. If you want to check out King Cedar on Instagram, more than happy to. You'll find some beautiful, well-crafted sort of contemporary folk songs. So yeah, check him out. I'll be doing a few other musicians as well, who are my friends. I'm really blessed to kind of have some really good friends who are amazingly talented artists and musicians. So a couple of other of those will be appearing. So I've kind of got a Tom Clancy-ish kind of looking-ish at Tom Hardy. If you've got any Tom Hardy fans out there. But this is just fun. It's kind of fun not to get too bogged down in the conceptual side of stuff and just practice the art of just drawing, painting. So I'm changing some little things about where I've placed things at the moment. I put his ear up here. I'm going to move it down a little bit because I've got it way too high. So where this is his top of his ear here, it comes down this way. Keep the painting really flexible. Still think it needs to come down a bit more. So yeah, during lockdown I started painting every week and drawing every week with the Sky Portrait Artist of the Week, and it was really good. Really challenged me every week. I tried to keep it within the 4 hours, even though you didn't have to. You had an entire week to do your artwork. But it was nice to listen to some artists sort of chat and work who were producing their thing. And it really tested everybody, and it built up a nice community, and that's something I've wanted to continue to do. And I've been lucky enough that with ArtCat I had a reason to be painting and drawing something, which is great. But I love portraiture because I think it's a great way of describing humanity. But I add a little bit of a narrative to it, so hence the mammalian portraits that I do. There is a reason why I call them mammalian. Are quite conceptually and narrative based. They've got a story to them. But this is just nice to just paint the face for painting the face's sake, and not having to worry about sort of conceptualizing it, but just using your own voice in the way you do your painting is the interesting part for me. So Michael, you're over on Facebook as well, and you tuned in for a wee bit. I hope you're keeping well. I hope you're keeping well as well. In fact, I did have my COVID jab yesterday. I feel fine. My arm's a little bit sore, and it didn't hurt at all. If you're scared of needles, you didn't even know. I kind of looked down and went, "Have you done it?" When she gave me the jab, and I don't feel any sort of side effects from it at all. So I had my first one yesterday, purely because I haven't got any underlying health conditions, but because I'm old, because I'm 50, I had it done. I just want to get it done and out of the way. I also work in a school as an art technician as well, and just before the Easter half term, or Easter break, whatever you want to call it, we had some of the students back in the building, which is great. When we've had students all the way through because of people whose parents work in sort of the health service and essential services and things like that. They needed support, so the school stayed open, which is great, to show them a bit of support that way. So we still had students in the school, but not on the formalised classes, and the classes have still continued with the teachers. Have been doing them on Zoom during this term since Christmas. We had them just a little bit in before Christmas, so all the schools, so we kind of had restrictions that way. But the very first lockdown, nobody knew quite really what was happening, so we were sending them work home, and they were being sent sort of a classroom schedule, but now we've been able to do it on Zoom. I said the teacher's been able to do it on Zoom. I've been doing them like little curated videos and things, and so prepping stuff that was sent home to them. But yeah, it's been a learning curve for everybody, I think, and we've been slowly getting there. But hopefully, we're on the route to going back to normality as much as possible. Basically, what I'm using today is oil paints, and I'm using a mineral spirit, a low odorless mineral spirit called Zest It, and some linseed oil as a painting medium, which is great for kind of sculpting out edges of things. So I'm just looking at his mouth at the moment. Apart from that line I've just accidentally put on my page. So as I say, it's just about having the fun of it, and it gives me a great flexibility to play around with the paint a little bit. So kind of his moustache, which goes across there. I can kind of push the paint around. I'm not getting too worried about where, if they're too dark to light at the moment. I'm just kind of finding the forms and shapes, and then I can lighten them up and soften them a little bit. Some bit of his eye. I kind of want him to have it quite dark, because obviously he skulks around, as you were saying there. Benjamin skulks around in the dark. This character that I'm doing. So yeah. So Michael, you're asking, you missed the start. Who is this you're painting? So I kind of on a repeat with this. This is Tom Hardy as a character in a game called Fisher, in a game called Splinter Cell. And it's purely because I asked our two boys earlier on this week who were their favourite game characters, and I was going to do a lifelike version of them, thinking that they might do Pokemon or something like that, and I was going to do a lifelike version of those, because they're a ball, it's nice and simple. And Callens came up with Snake Plissken, who was a character in a game, and Ethan's was this character, Sam Fisher, and who's from Splinter Cell. So yeah, that's what I'm painting. So it's a bit of a Tom Hardy. Now it's just rumoured that he's going to be playing this game, this character. I don't think it's been filmed yet. It could be a complete rumour, but I'm just going with it. So today, Mr. Hardy, you're going to be Mr. Fisher. It'd be hilarious if he's got no idea that he's going to be doing this character, but yeah, it's just been rumoured online when I looked at the forums, because I didn't know who the character was, so I started researching it. I wanted to find out what the character kind of looked like, what their elements were, that type of thing. So I'm just really finding out the forms and the shapes of the faces at the moment. There's almost a heavier paint in there, I think. It's got a great character. Brilliant. I love Tom Hardy's acting. I actually enjoy it. I think he's a great character actor. He played Bronson, which is great. His character in Peaky Blinders, really enjoyed that. But he's done some other characters. There's a film called Lock. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's just him in a car driving. It's just him the entire film, It doesn't cut away too many times, I don't think, so it's kind of this flow of the entire thing. But he's basically on a journey to get to a hospital where his girlfriend's having a baby, but he's also kind of the foreman of this build going on of a big construction. So he's got quite an important job, and it's just it's the everydayness of it that I really enjoyed. But it's just the performance in it was brilliant. It's not an action movie. I know he does a lot of good action roles. What was the one he was in with Leonardo DiCaprio, where I can't remember the name of the film. Here's your quiz for you today. Name of the film, over there on Instagram if you're still with us, that Tom Hardy was in with Leonardo DiCaprio, and it was about how they could implant themselves into people's dreams. Can't remember what the film's called. Quick. Start typing. Tell me what it is. I'll leave it hanging there. You can hopefully fill me in as to what the film was called. For some reason, it's not. I know it's not Predestination. Is it Predestination? Maybe it is. Nope, wasn't The Revenant. Revenant was a brilliant film as well. I enjoyed his character in that really gruff. And he did play with Leonardo DiCaprio was in that film as well, but it wasn't that. But I like his character in that as well. It's just a really mean, horrible character in that. Rough, hard. But yeah, just his characters that I quite like and enjoy. I'll get this eyebrow right, the position of this eye. So that comes around in that way. Funny when you're doing faces that are recognisable, you kind of lose and find the face over and over. Excuse me. That's my long COVID cough that I have, which hasn't really gone since I got it. Yeah, you kind of lose the likeness of faces, and then you get them back again, and then you lose them, and you put them back again. I think that needs to go up a little bit. I had that a little bit too flat. And then we'll bring that around there. He's kind of looking at through the very heavy set eye there. I like it when you look at characters in movies and games and they're so expressive with emotions and facial features and things. They're kind of fun to draw or paint from. Just as an exercise. And I'm kind of inspired. This does go back to one of the reasons why I paint and draw in graphite. It's because of the black and white movies I used to watch as a kid. And Inception. Thank you, Lindy Lolly. Yeah, oh, that's the film I was trying to think of. Inception. She was on Instagram. Sorry, I have to keep blocking the camera view. By the way, it's just the way the camera's kind of angled up for the guys on Instagram to kind of see the page. Yeah, but the reason why I paint and say paint, I use charcoal and pencil an awful lot because it's black and white. It's because I used to watch an awful lot of black and white movies as a kid. When I was thinking back on them, I always remember doing colour, and then realised they were a black and white movie, and it was the fact that I was projecting colour onto them. I loved the way they were lit, you know, the old kind of cops and robbers movies back in the 50s. Very dramatic lighting, that chiaroscuro effect, but beautifully clear. Yeah, so when you watch those black and white movies, you forget that you're watching black and white. You start to see and project colour onto them. This is going to be colour today, by the way. I'm going to paint it in colour. But there's not massive amounts of colour in it. I'm going to keep it quite a limited palette, if you like. But at the minute, I am just looking at the forms and features of the face and how I can get them to look Tom Hardy-ish. This doesn't actually exist in life. Tom Hardy hasn't played this character yet. It's just rumoured that he's playing this character. So that's one of the reasons why I'm doing it. And this is more of just a bit of fun, and it's for our two boys. I've got a son called Ethan who's over there in Holland at the moment, and Callan is here with us in Northern Ireland, Andrew's son. And yeah, it's something I was kind of interested in, that because I work with kids in school, and Twitch is very much a younger market for social media, just how they communicate and how they talk, because I think it's important to keep in contact with them. That sounds a bit daft, but I think it's our responsibility as old adults to communicate with our young and get in touch with what they're doing, not necessarily just go, oh, they're just playing games and see it as irrelevant. It's a massive multi-million-dollar industry, and it's a very creative one. And I started to realise a lot of artists and illustrators are working in the gaming industry, and the games are starting to inspire movies. So it's a massive part of our culture that we need to engage with. And there's no better people to explain what games are than our boys. So I asked them who their favourite game characters were, and this is why I'm painting it. I am literally just mapping his head in. I'm not trying to be, this might seem overly fussy, but I'm just looking at shapes at the moment. I am literally painting a triangle for that eye pupil and getting it for interlocation for this eye pupil, and I'll soften it and work out some more refinement to it as I go along. But all I'm doing is just looking for locations of things at the moment. That part is moustache a little bit darker, a little dip just in there. Back out again. Just darker just under his nose on that side. The corner of his mouth is about there, and it comes down maybe a little bit lower, about there, and it comes straight across there. So as I find new areas, I'll kind of re-sculpt them back a little bit. So that's where the darker line is. That becomes his top lip. Comes down this way to about that point. It's got a bit of a curve. To the other lip. The other lip slightly curved. And it's a lighter line, which I'm just going to use some of the thinners just to lift out a little bit. Using those thinners, and I'm going to use a bit of tissue, just to sculpt out this. A few other people joined us on Instagram. Those eyes are bad. Thank you very much. There'll be more Tom Hardy-ish as we go along. I hope anyway. Just using a little bit of paper towel. You can use a rag as well, just to lift off some of that paint. So I'm literally drawing with paint and a paper towel right now, just to get some of the shapes right in his face. You can use it to kind of lightly tone in areas as well. Now I want this whole thing to be painted, so I'm not going to be too fussy with how you layer paint on. You know, there's a rule that you paint with less medium paint to begin with and add it on as you go along, sort of a fat over lean process. Certainly some areas of this are a little bit thicker than others right now, but this isn't necessarily going to be archival. It's not going to last a long time, for hundreds and hundreds of years. This is a little bit of fun. So it's one of these things. If you start to sort of sketch with your paint, play with your paints and enjoy what you're doing, because you've taken the fear and the pressure off of yourself about making sure everything is perfectly, you know, rendered to begin with, you can develop those things as you go along. You know, it's just a pure act of painting. You'll find your voice. Often I think people get hooked up into having a style. You know, they look for that unique style to begin with straight away, and it's way too soon, I think. You know, if you're just starting out painting, don't worry about such things. Find a subject matter that you're really interested in. Play with those things. Experiment. Have fun with it. You know, don't be afraid of making mistakes. Sometimes the mistakes are the best indicator to what it is you need to do to improve your artwork and refine it. It'll set you off in a kind of a route or a pathway that will kind of be fun and exciting for you, because you're doing the artwork that you want to create rather than it being dictated to you because of a particular style that you thought was great to start off with. And then, you know, if you become noted, say for example, very early on with a particular art process, people are very unwilling to change. And I think it's such a shame, because your art voice will develop as you develop your practice, and your voice and your style will naturally sort of occur out of your choices of preferences for what it is you like doing. So I'm keeping his nose quite light. There's a little bit of a. This is all kind of painted and drawn with a bit of kitchen towel at the moment. So that's what that is. And just make sure that all the chat's going. Everybody's still with us, I think, on Instagram, Facebook and YouTube and Twitch. That's the other place. Quick slip of coffee. How long have we been going now? Been going for what, about it's been an hour already. Can't have been an hour already. There's no timer on Instagram, so I've got no idea. If you were watching on Instagram, I've got no idea how long they give you. It used to be an hour, but I'm going to paint for a lot longer. So yeah. It must be about 50 minutes. It says about an hour. Okay. It's about an hour on Instagram. But really, this is just a sketch. If I wasn't talking and painting more, this would be a lot quicker and looser. I'm not forgetting about his hair as well, and there's these glasses. As I start to do this, I've got his glasses kind of pointing out that way, and his face pointing out kind of this way. So I need to kind of change those around a little bit and move these back over. So I like the freedom and flexibility of oil paint where you can move things around and paint over things. This is a headset that would kind of be pulled down over his eyes. So that's actually kind of in a nice place for that one. This one I've had to move back, so it means that this one is probably going to move a little bit. It's kind of sunk down. So I'm going to move this up to about there. And that means it goes over his head that way, which means that strap's in all place. But the good thing is, if I need to change how that strap moves over the back of his head, that's a better shape for his head. Had to increase that size and volume as well. So it actually looks like he's bald at the moment, because he's got to have hair on it obviously, but it's giving me the basic structure of his skull. This is a cranium. If you did the circle, that would become his eyebrow ridge, which it's started to become now. The Loomis method would do like a circle on the side as well, kind of chopping it off to give you the idea of where his eyebrow ridge came. So probably a little bit wider at the back. I've got a tendency to just make that a little bit too thin at the back. But you can see the three-dimensionality starting to come out in that without necessarily overworking it too much. Does that make sense? It'd be interesting to find out what you're working on as well. If you're an artist, let me know what you're doing. Let me know what you're painting, what your choice of artwork is based on. You know, do you paint, sculpt, draw? What's your medium? What's your subject matter? It's always interesting to find out other people's work. So you can get quite a lot down relatively quickly. This is going to be quite dark under his eyes, because get the idea of that cylinder shape, and it's going to cast quite a bit of shadow here. When it comes to this one, maybe a little bit of green glare coming down from this one. These like night vision goggles. I hope I'm right, I've got the right character. That'd be awful, wouldn't it? Spend time creating a whole painting and then find out you got the wrong one. But yeah, this is what I'm painting so far. T. Sutherland, are you using burnt sienna? Yes I am. Yeah, it's just a simple burnt sienna. It's a nice kind of, it's really flexible, it's got a great colour to it, it's got a great strength, and it's also got a great translucency to it. So you can thin it out, and it gives you a nice tone-based wash. Great for doing this particular face and the tones that I'm hopefully going to have in it. It's got quite a lot of green in this portrait as well, because of these kind of green highlights and the kind of the camouflage jackets and things. There's a lot of green going on. So it lends itself quite well to that as a base also. So that's that one there. It's going to be quite dark there. And then the shadow's going to then come over the top of that eye and then down here. maybe a little bit darker. So that shadow I'm going to bring right down. The headset itself might come back this way a little bit. Let's go think about how that all joins together. Again, I've never done a night vision goggle headset that doesn't exist. I'm kind of making this up as I go along, but that's kind of fun as well. Doing things that, you know, you've got total choice, so you can have total freedom and imagination about painting the things you want to do. If you break it down to simple shapes, you can kind of sculpt and move around things that, you know, just think about the form, how if that was a circle, how this strap would go across the top of the circle. I can get into the details of hair and how that can look and be rendered as I go on, but you'll get kind of gist about how just having fun with it, letting it play out. Those structures of how that might bend around, a bit like goggles. They are night vision goggles. So I'm going to see the top of that one a little bit more. It's going to be a little bit darker. Just there. And I can do a little bit of a wash for this hair. I've got some bigger, thicker brushes as well. I'm using sort of these small brushes just to kind of draw it all in at the moment. And make sure that I've got all my chats up to date. Yeah, good. You're still with us in different social media worlds. There we go. So yeah, no, you're more than welcome. G Sutherland, you're just saying thank you over on Instagram. It's very kind of you. So let's see. Move back to his face a little bit. This is just a brush, kind of dry brushing, if you like. But I'm kind of sculpting in some of the edges, softening some of the things I've got there, which are maybe a little bit harsh at the moment. I can put little nuanced bits. He's got a great face, the structure as Mr. Hardy. Again, I've got his earlobe up here, which is not, his earlobe should be down there. So what I'm going to do, just use some of those painting medium just to push that ear lobe down a little bit. I'll use the mineral spirits just to lighten that up. So it's a bit like, in a way, it's a bit like painting with charcoal. If you put a wash of charcoal over a piece of paper and then use your rubber to sort of carve into it, it is a very sculptural way of drawing. You are thinking about the three-dimensionality of things as you do them. Might just lift this corner of his nose up a wee tad. It's a bit like I've got a mask thing that I use for stone carving. There's like a strap thing that went over the top of my head, so I'm just thinking about that as I'm creating the illusion of these imaginary night vision goggles that this character's wearing. Okay, and it's a little bit darker in there as well. Has it got a Tom Hardy-ish? Little bit Tom Hardy-ish? Just darkening that top lip up, bringing that corner of his mouth out to, I think, about there, and the corner of his mouth as well. Corner of the mouth tend to be really dark. I did hear somebody explain it the other day. If you paint the actual dot as the corner of the mouth as a hole in a donut, and that sounds really weird, but all the skin kind of folds over and goes into the inside of that donut. That's the shape of the two corners of the mouth. Is it pressure to paint or drawn with people watching? I don't mind people watching when I'm painting and drawing. I was in a studio here in Northern Ireland, in a place called Bangor. And they were called the Pods, and basically they were basically reconditioned shipping containers. And they were open for the viewing public, and that was one of the stipulations that when you worked in there you could interact with the general public and they could stand there and watch you. So I got kind of used to having people around when I was working, so I don't feel any pressure. I think the challenge when you're doing something like this, when you're doing a live stream, is keeping your level of concentration on what you're physically doing as well at the same time. I think it's kind of fun, to be honest with you. It's nice to kind of take a break. I don't have to keep painting and chat to you at the same time. I can stop and have a conversation with you, which is quite nice. So I think, I was on Sky Portrait Artist of the Year, and I had a terrible day painting. Drawing. I'm quite confident in how I drew. I'm used to having cameras because I do a bit of work with it as an extra, and in TV and movies, so I'm used to cameras, so I'm used to chatting to people, so it was all in my favour. But when it came to it on the day, I just didn't concentrate on what I was doing. It was my fault. My level of concentration for some reason disappeared on me on that day, and I produced an awful portrait, and it's never really happened to me before or since, but it did kind of throw me a little bit. And when I came back, I spent a little while kind of really considering about what happened, but it was very good also that it helped me figure out that it's so easy to lose focus in doing what you're doing, and to take regular breaks, to stand back and see your work, see what your work needs, adjust your work, so not try to be too precious and have everything too perfect too soon. We can see here where I've kind of moved his ear up and down quite a bit, move things around, keep the flexibility in my work, allow things to develop rather than be too precise and refined with them, and try to look like every mark I make is perfect, because it's not. every mark I make is there to be moved or adjusted until the entirety of the painting is right, if that makes sense. It's a good question though. Thank you. That was from Pretty Deadly Nature on Instagram. So yeah, keep the questions coming. It's good. I said I enjoy chatting with people, and you know, as much as I would say tutoring, I'm also learning as well as I work with people, because I'm always kind of, all the advice I might give other people is just kind of reiterating processes and things that I need to remind myself to do for myself as well. So I don't see a hierarchical difference between tutoring and being an artist myself. Just sharing bits of knowledge and information. And what's been great is during lockdown, so many artists have taken up the challenge to do this, and I've learned so much from watching other artists work, and it's made me think about my own practice, about how I do certain things, how I can refine it, how I can get better, and I don't think that ever stops. So it's a case of, if you know of an artist that you think's well worth checking out, please do tell me. So I'm always up for finding out new artists as well. Been watching a couple of really good ones. There's a guy called Stephen Bauman, produced some wonderful. He's got some great work on Instagram, but he's got some great videos on YouTube as well. And I've picked up quite a lot just in his approach, not necessarily what he does, but just in his approach to certain things. Kind of really have helped refine some of the issues I was having in my own work. So, I think we're getting a Tom Hardy typeface. Would you agree? Maybe? Yes, no? Oh, Pretty Deadly. Thank you very much. Pretty Deadly Nature over on Instagram saying, great to watch living artists. I think I'm still alive. I could be just a figment of my own imagination. No, but I am. I am alive. So, I'm going to kind of play around with, see, I've got a picture of this character. For those just watching, this is a picture of Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell's character called Fisher, who apparently is going to be played by Tom Hardy in a new film of the game. I'm doing it for my son. For no other reason, it's a bit of fun. I'm enjoying it. I'll give some of these structures and things. Play around with the straps afterwards. It's going to obviously have quite short hair. Nothing there. There we go. Giving the illusion of these night vision goggles. The character in the game has this quite high sculpted collar that comes up, and it comes down to a point here which kind of cuts down. It's a bit like almost looks like a rubber ski suit, not ski, well, call them diamond suit. So it's quite a stiff neck on it. I'm sure there'll be some reason for that, like it's bulletproof or something. It's quite a sculpted collar shape. So in there it's going to be nice and dark, so I can get in there with some dark really helped sculpt that neck out a little bit, that chin. And then from there, that's the back of his shoulders, so it comes across. I think he's like an assassin or something. There'll be straps and all sorts going on. Kind of take my indication from the style of costume that the game itself has. Does that make sense? So, I'm going to put some wispy hair out here as well, a little bit of wispy hair, because he's going to have a shaved head. Maybe little tufts going out through that side, and little wispy bits coming out the top of that. Not too long. Yeah. Tom Hardy-ish, kinda. Oh, Ethan. Ethan's over on Twitch. This is my son, Ethan. He's over on Twitch, live streaming. So this is, I don't know, you know, it's Tom Hardy. I was, is it Sam Fisher, the first name? Sam Fisher, the character that you were looking to have done. And he apparently is going to be in a video game, sorry, a movie, and Tom Hardy's going to play him. So we're just having a conversation with my son at the same time, guys. So yeah, I didn't know if you were aware of that. So I'm doing Tom Fisher as Tom Hardy. So Sam Fisher as Tom Hardy. If that makes sense. So yeah, I'll post this all up later on as well. When it's all done, if you can't spend all the time staring at my easel. Let's fill this in, just get rid of some of these little lighter, whiter spaces. Did want it to look like there's more light coming in from this direction a little bit. Got some Zillion Crimson as well, just to redden that paint up a little bit. There's no gridding up process I use on this. I'm literally just going from a couple of images I've got of Tom Hardy and one of the game itself, and I'm using my eyes. So there's lots of observation going between one and the other one, bopping backwards and forwards, and adjusting as I go from there. That's how I kind of paint. So Ethan says it. Ethan's over on Twitch. He's saying it looks awesome so far. Thank you, son. Appreciate that. We'll wait till we're finished. Come on. Oh, what? Who is this supposed to be? make it slightly deeper shadow under that lip, and this is all going to be a bit more stubbly. It's got a slight stubble in the character, not particularly clean shaven. So yeah, so you looking Tom Hardy-ish? It's very hard for you guys to tell in Instagram. I'm going to give you a quick sort of lift up and kind of look that way. It's got a little touch of Tom Hardy about it. A couple of things I can maybe refine a bit, things like you see that needs to come straight down there, so bendy. But yeah, need to tweak this eye a little bit. But I have a hard problem setting you up now. I'll try not to drop you. There you go. There we are. So Ethan, Ethan's over on Instagram as well. You can keep people updated for me, Ethan. You can earn your keep on Instagram. So people asking questions, you can maybe be able to answer them, who they are, who he is, and things like that. Guys, have you got any questions yourself? Please do ask. I'll try and get them answered for you. I've got some Payne's grey. Mix with this brown to make it really a little bit darker. It's not too harsh, as in too heavy, and I can add some highlights to it as well. So I just really kind of put that down as a wash. I'm going to put it in there. And I've got some phthalo green as well, which is great to mix with that brown, because of that kind of khaki colour. Mixing that with, I've got a little bit of Naples yellow. This phthalo green gives me a wonderful sort of khaki green. Also then with that burnt umber, sienna, sorry, it really helps kind of build in some tonal values to the whole thing, the whole painting thing. These are going to be quite luminous green for the eye, lenses up here. Lindy Lloyd Art, you're saying yes, very. I'm not sure which bit to. But you're saying it is looking like Tom Hardy. I hope so. So yeah, in the film and game industry, because I do kind of talk to a lot of students as well, and it is massive. And although you kind of the crossover to digital might sound like things are really easy, the principles of actually rendering and drawing things out is still fundamentally the same. So if you understand what those basic principles are, like form and shape and proportion and things like that, you can start to render it and tweak and manipulate things. And it is a skill, and it's a very valued skill, because if you're looking for a career in an industry like that, it's very competitive. Ethan knows, he's studying that over there in in Union Holland. That it's also fun. Okay. You might have a couple of wrinkles kind of coming in as well. Quite a furrowed eyebrow ridge. That's Mr. Hardy. Great for making those grimacy type faces. I'm sure there's a better term for it than I just call it grimacy faces. See, this is that high collar that kind of comes up. I think if you had your coat on and you flicked your collars up, that's what this kind of looks like. I sing good likeness, Lindy Lloyd out over Instagram, thank you. I hope so. Ethan will be quite honest with me if it's not. This is more curved, I think. It's like a curved top lip than Tom. Light coming through there, light coming down here, this can be a little bit more sculpted. That way, and then the dimples of the side of his mouth a little bit more prominent. So he's just got more stubble on. And it comes down this way a little bit, and then that way. So yeah, I remember doing some drawings way back, of movie stars, because of the lighting of them just really sort of captured my imagination a little bit. And they certainly knew the lighting back in the day of old films to create that added sense of drama and the narrative to it. Really, really good. Ethan's telling me the night vision IR thermal goggles. There we are. That's what these are. He's telling me that over on Twitch. Yeah, we're saying that the games industry world is very small. Everybody knows each other, which can have some good strength in it as well. Some good positive bits in it. So yeah, okay. Let's go back to the image. This has kind of got ribbed elements to it. So there's a thickness to that as it comes down. That's the edge of it, and that's the edge of that side. It's slightly cushioned inside, and there's like little dots that go around. So again, things like this where it can help give the illusion of perspective where these dots get smaller as they go away, but also that they follow the form as it goes around his chin. So as it comes around here. That touches his jawline just about there, and then it comes down this way. There's a line then that comes across there. I'm just looking at it's basically the cover of the game, I think. And the costume that he's got on has a specific kind of type of feel to it, so I want to get that right, so we get the idea of the character as well. Ethan's saying he's a little bit daunted by the fact that if you mess up badly in the games industry, everybody's going to know about it. Listen, making mistakes is normal. Everybody makes them, and there's no better way to learn. As long as you just don't keep making them over and over and over again. I mean, that kind of shows a lack of your awareness and the fact that you're going to make an error, learn from it. That's okay. But if you're just going to keep on making the same mistake over and over again, that's an issue. Not that you do, by the way. You're okay. I mean, you're studying, you're allowed to make mistakes. It's the best time to make them is when you're a student. Okay, this side's quite dark. So there seems to be more light. There's a little bit of light catching on his cheek on that side. It's kind of like a greenish white, light khaki. It's not particularly a strong green, I'd say. Strongest green comes from those lights, which I'm going to put in towards the end. And what I'm doing here is kind of sculpting, or helping to sculpt the shapes and forms of this whole kind of armoured clothing that he's got on. Got a feeling that if that's his head, this is part of his neck, his shoulders are going to be coming down here a little bit. This is a part of his uniform, so his other shoulder's got to be there. you've got to imagine that collar going up and around the back of his head. So even if you can't see something, if you imagine where it continues around the back of the shape, you get this sense of flow to these forms and shapes and things, even if you're just making them up. There's a reality that they start to create themselves. Yeah, how's that looking? So I'll give you a quick tour of Instagram. So that's what we're looking at the moment. I'm still likely to tweak a couple of things on it. I certainly think that ear needs to go back on the right side. This line might need to go back a little bit. And this jaw line needs to be sorted out. It looks like it doesn't quite belong to this face. I think his eyes kind of right, but maybe some slight tweaking. So let's have a quick slurp of my coffee. He's saying to me, fun fact, Splinter Cell is actually the main competition for Metal Gear Solid series. Metal Gear Solid series was the character that Callan chose. It was a character called Snake, who was based on the Escape from New York film with Kurt Russell. So the funny thing is, there's slight rivalry, but it's friendly. Is it like friendly banter between them? So it's really strange that you pick one character and Carl's pick the other. It's cool. I like it. Yes, because since that comes up a little bit more. Just bringing it across that chin. That chin was, I think what was throwing me out was I was drawing his jaw that I couldn't quite see. If this does kind of, say, it's a bit like a collar that you have up on a cold day, then you couldn't see that corner of his jaw. So sometimes you've got to kind of overlay these things in your head, try them out, and then change them around a little bit. Ethan saying when they were both bringing out the games at the same time, they'd have little jabs at little subtle jabs at each other. So it's hilarious, isn't it? So we've got a couple more people just joined us over on Instagram. Hello, how are you? So I think Ethan's over there as well with you on Instagram. So this is one of his requests. For Ethan, my son, and it's a request for his favourite game character. So Tom Hardy is going, hopefully, to be playing this character in Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell. The character's called Sam Fisher. So it's just giving you a catch-up as to why I'm painting this. Otherwise it won't make any sense. Right, so, okay, happy with that. I kind of want to make this darker though, at the background, because he's kind of skulking around at the night time, and to have it kind of that light. But what I've got is some Payne's Grey. I'm mixing it with some phthalo green. So it's a really, really dark green. But it'll pick up on some of the more highlighted areas I'm going to put into his face and his glasses. I got some linseed oil mixed with some mineral spirits there for the medium that I'm using. So I'm really getting paint on the canvas now. Yep. It's looking suitably mean and tough. Ethan was telling me that apparently the series is so high profile, Ubisoft devs are a bit scared. Is that developers? Ubisoft developers are a bit scared to work on it as they don't want to mess it up and upset the fans. Oh, there you go. There you go, Ethan's on their Instagram too. So everybody, Instagram, Ethan the Void is my son. The world. Let everybody know. So yeah, if anybody asks any questions about what the hell is he doing, you can point him in the right direction as to why. Kind of uniform that up. Sometimes when you put lots of scribbly paint strokes in the background, the actual direction of the paint strokes can throw you off a little bit. I want that to kind of subtly blend in. It's like lots of strapping and webbing and things that he's kind of wearing, so I'm just mixing a little bit of Naples yellow to give me that. It's a very soft green, it's not a strong green at all. That's going to be the strongest green. The kind of like luminous lights that go over the into the lenses. I've just mixed that phthalo green with some Payne's black to give you a very, very dark, deeper black. So in a minute I'm kind of working from my imagination about how how this was actually going to look. So I'm not using a massive palette here, but certainly working with the forms, light and darks, giving me the structure of things, and I can start to refine light as I go along with it. Hope that makes sense. So I normally do this for a couple of hours, and I think for first time users on Instagram, a couple of hours will probably do you enough. So what I'll do is I'll post up an image to this over on Instagram when I've finished. But just what I've mixed up here is I've got some Lake Yellow from Michael Harding and that Phthalo Green, and I've got this really luminescent green, which I'm going to pop into these areas here. I'm not going to put them in just yet because I just want to play around with the face a little bit. But you'll see that luminescent green being the highlight for the his night vision goggles. And again, so I've used the same green, the same yellow, burnt sienna, and Payne's grey, a little bit of Vermilion crimson, and it's amazing with some white as well. I've used what they call a warm white from Michael Harding, just to whiten down some of the greens, and that combination with all these the burnt sienna as well in the tones of his skin will be quite nice. Sort of a greenish hue coming off in his beard and things. There we go, that's that then. And I can kind of use that to sort of shape and shade the sort of stubble areas. And a little bit there on that side. It's got a very intense glare, as Tom Hardy, that I think will work really well for this character. Let me know what you think. Even to tell me the whole suit is meant to be for sneaking around. It's fairly tight fitting so that clothes don't rustle. Ah yeah, there you go. Make a lot of noise when you get away. Cool. Kira's Theory was and still is one of the best stealth action games ever released. There you go. Was Chaos Theory one that he was in? You have to help me out here. I'm not au fait with all the nuances of the gaming world. I need to kind of just rescue this side a little bit. It's got a little bit muddy in there, so again. Just going to take my brush, push some of that paint around, try to lift it off from this eye a little bit, just lifting these eyes out a little bit. There we go. As I paint and concentrate on little bits, I sometimes go quiet. So yeah, do ask questions as you're watching, or don't be feeling afraid just because I'm being quiet that you can't ask anything. You can. So we've got an explanation as to why this is so kind of tight and kind of that plasticky type feel to it. I don't think it'd be as... I see on the game itself, Ethan, you might be able to answer me this. On the sort of cover for it, it's very, very light. And I always think that surely that if he's going to be skulking around in the dark, that his uniform would be an awful lot darker than that. It looks quite light. So I might actually darken his down a bit, just tweak it a little bit. Yes, there's a reason for it. Oh, it depends on which colour I'm looking at. I've got no idea. Ubisoft. Create a bit of dark than that. I think that green was a little bit. That's kind of almost a straight phthalo green coming off there. I'll mix some Payne's grey up and just pop that over the top of it. See what that looks like. So we've got a couple of people watching over there on Instagram. What else have we got watching there? Got a few people watching over on Twitch. I've got a couple of people watching over on YouTube as well. This is cool. So I'm just kind of suggesting the shapes and forms that might be on his uniform. Not going to get sucked into doing those too much. Gives you a certain sculptural freedom to make these shapes. Kind of fun just to play with it anyway. Okay, let's get back to his face. So he's very sort of reddish looking. Popping that green over is quite handy. The elements of his hair. I can lighten that up later. Okay, right. What I'm going to do is clean off my brushes and take a little break, just so I can get some ideas. Guys over on Instagram, my dad's just joined as well. Hello. Dad, you've just joined us. I'm going to take a break on Instagram. It's a family affair today. It's really cool. Well, as you can see, this is for Ethan, by the way, Dad. So this is a picture of Tom Hardy as a character called Fisher in a game. So I've still got to tweak some things around with it, but getting there slowly. So thanks for doing that. Give you a wave, look. There you go. So it's a really lovely family get together today. We've just got that green. Just wanted to give you a little hint before you disappear in Instagram that how green this green is going to be. You can say hello, Grandad, on Instagram. So this is basically what they call a warm yellow for Michael Harding, the phthalo green mixed together, and it gives us this lovely, very vibrant luminosity to this green colour. Which I can tweak and darken and lighten in certain areas just to help with the imagery of those shiny lenses, and the highlights I'm going to put everywhere else. So there we go. You get the idea what we've been working for today. Ethan's saying on Twitch that the iconic image for Sam is actually near complete darkness with only the glowing light tripod dot goggles visible. We've got the tripod dot goggles. I can darken all this down. It's all important to get the structure of the thing first, and then I can darken it down. Because there'll be like little hints of highlights of glowing off of his skull. Yep, that's going down there. That comes down there. And I'm going to create, this is going to be quite a lot in shadow underneath here. So I can put little nuanced little bits of highlights and things to just give that the appearance of the lens kind of sticking out. Oh, Instagram can't see, by the way. Thank you very much, Stephen. There you go. This has just flicked you with my knee. Well, look, I will lift you up so you can see it. There you go. I think I just need to bring this in a tad more that way as well. Just to thin his face a little bit. A little bit. Might just put a green highlight on that edge of his cheek that comes right around there. And a little glow of it over the top part of his eyebrows. A little touch of it on his nose. Maybe a dash of it on his chin. For now, I'll just darken these little bits down because it'll be darker down here anyway. Really made this black. Guys, I hope you enjoyed that. I'm going to switch off. Oh, Angela, you've just joined us on Instagram. Just about to switch off. Thank you for joining. Perfect timing. I basically do this as a bit of fun for Ethan, my son, and I'm going to finish it off today. I'll post up another picture of it up on Instagram, along with the one of I did for Callan, the snake. What's his name? Snake Plissken is a character from a film, but he's also a character from a game. If you've ever seen Escape from New York with Kurt Russell. This one is a character that is going to be played by Tom Hardy. The character is called Sam Fisher. Is that right, Ethan? Good afternoon, Angela. Good to see you. You're on there on Instagram. Right. Some of this Naples yellow. I've actually run out of Naples yellow, which is a bit of a pain. I have to make my own colour up. Got some yellow ochre there that I can mix some more white with. Take that right back. And so the touch of that warm, just a little tiny touch of that warm white, warm yellow, sorry, to it, and I can get a closer approximation to the warm white by Michael Harding. It's a lovely colour. I just use it instead of using sort of a titanium white, which can be very strong. Need like that. Thank you, Lee. It's great to see you in action. Great picture of us. Oh, thanks very much for watching. It's been great to have you here as well. Really appreciate you stopping by. So this is the very first time I've gone live on Instagram. I'm going to switch Instagram off now. Carry on with the painting, and I will post up later on tonight both this one and the other picture together so you can see it. So thanks very much, guys, for watching. Appreciate it. All right, take care. Bye bye. Okay, live Instagram video is finished now. So yeah, well, I will take a quick break. What I'll just do is I'll stick my obligatory kind of be right back video screen. I'm going to give myself about 5 minutes because I'm going to carry on painting this all the way through until I've finished. So guys, if you want to carry on watching over on Instagram, you're more than welcome. Sorry, over on YouTube and Facebook, you're more than welcome. But I'm just going to carry on painting this. One thing I did realise, as I was chatting to everybody, I have forgotten to put a better description up on my... Oops, I don't want to report myself. Better description up on my Twitch page, because nobody will know who this is. So, one of the reasons I was saying to Ethan was... I was just clarifying his name. I want to say that I'm actually painting Sam Fisher. I'm painting Sam Fisher. What's it called? Splinter Cell. From Splinter. Funny like a type. Splinter Cell. Seal? Cell. Oh my goodness. I should have went to typing school. I've put Splinter Cell. That's a new game, it's an offshoot game. I'm going to put in brackets Tom Hardy. So, notification Lee is streaming live. Drop by and say hello. Oh, that's my broadcast options. Okay, copy that. In the chat description on one of my streams, I've got the option to edit the art chat painting bit. There we are. There it is. There we go. That makes more sense. It won't mean any sense to anybody watching on Facebook or YouTube. But it will now. Just put up the description about what I'm actually doing on Twitch. So yeah, okay. So right, I'm going to put a little tiny Be Right Back video up. I can't remember what I've got on there at the minute. My Be Right Back video is going to pop up now. I'm going to be gone for about 5 minutes. Okay. I'll come back, and what I will do is I'll see me off camera, and I'll try and get a better shot of this for you. All right. See you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. What I'm going to do is that might be better. It's actually having the microphone on. What I'm going to do is going to turn off my camera, so I will disappear, but I will still be here to talk to you. There we go, and I'll stick this on a little bit closer to the camera that way, so you can get a better shot of it. There we go. I'm trying not to make you seasick at the same time. There we go. Oh. There. Right, so it's just loosely sketched in now, and I can start playing around with the colours and putting on some of the tones, features. I need to darken down this entire side of his face and underneath his eye visors, and then put some structures into that as well. I kept it that I've got a little bit of light coming from the right hand side, and I can tighten up some of the features around his clothing as well, and just refine it and put some details into his hair. His head's looking red at the moment, but that is literally how I started sketching it out, was using one colour. We spent some sienna and used that to sort of sketch out the whole kind of look and feel of the face. So get my windows back up again, so make sure that I'm not missing anybody in any of the chats. So yeah, so that's where we are with it. If you've got any questions, good time to ask now, because I'm taking a little tiny break from painting. Just so I can refresh my eyes as well. Often when you've kind of been staring at a painting for a little bit, if you don't take a step back from it, you can't quite see what you need to change. I still think this is a little bit bendy. I think this needs to come across to there a little bit more. We'll get there. His ear as well sticks past the side of the back of his head a little bit. I've got it kind of that it's all in one flowy line, but it's not. I think so. I need to bring it in his head a little bit to about there, and bring this jaw in to about there. Gives him much more of a chiselled look as well. If you've got any other suggestions as well for gaming characters that you might think might be good to paint, I had one the other day called Nathan Drake from Uncharted, but I was kind of like, well, I will do it, but it looks very much like this in the kind of shooty type game, but I said I would do it. It was the first one I requested, so I might have a kind of a doodle on that on Twitch at some stage. So if there's another game character you can suggest, I'm going to make a list and then sort of do them occasionally on Twitch. So thank you very much for the follow, Benjamin Charlton, over on Facebook. Appreciate that. Nathan Drake is from a third-person adventure game series called Uncharted. There you go. Yeah. That's what I learned today. As even helpful advice. I don't know. I said I don't play many computer games, so I don't know them. So it's a good way of learning and finding out about them. another slurp of my coffee and then I'm going to get back to it. I try and edit these videos down as well and do a little time lapse of these, how I put them all together and stuff, so you can see it from start to finish in about a minute. That takes quite a while to do though, so you have to bear with me. It won't be today. So get these screens back up. So I can see everybody's chat. Just switch them all off, hang on. And then I'll be back to painting. There we go. So, if you're doing portraits or you're interested in portraits, do these little kind of studies if you haven't got people, or especially during COVID, if you kind of freeze frame a movie, if you're watching it on Netflix or something on your computer, you can grab a screen grab, and they're a handy little way of just doing little doodly sketches for improving kind of likenesses of people. Not to show them to anybody, but they're a good exercise. Now, what I was going to do with this back of the head is pull that in a little bit more. I'm going to make his ear come out a little bit past where I've got it at the minute. That's the back of his head there, and his ear is going to catch a little bit of light, so I'm going to do the same thing and just lift up some of that paint. Turn his ear a little bit. There's kind of wispy bits of hair that come out over there. So we might just to catch a little subtle highlight, so it's coming past his jawline. Like that. Just takes that roundness off that jaw a little bit. I'll add some slight darkness just to this bit and make it look like it's appearing underneath. And that's a bit too light, so I'm going to use the paint that's there already just to soften that. On the other side. I've got that going up too much. This needs to come down a little bit. That's where his eyebrow is here. So this needs to come down this way a little bit, and then this is kind of his eye orbit. So if I'm thinking about how the structure of his face, and maybe a little bit comes around just there in the shadow, give him a bit more of an intense look. This needs to be darker as well in there. Definitely dark underneath this bit. As that comes around, it follows the shape of his forehead. So it's going to be narrower over there and wider on this side. That side you can't see at all. Something about the cylinder shapes, rather than trying to recreate just a circle, I want to give it some sort of form of depth to it. I'm going to make it disappear into that blackness, as Ethan was saying. He's kind of an assassin ninja type character that skulks around in the darkness, that this darkness needs to go into the rest of his face as well. Ethan, I will be posting this to you, by the way, son. As long as it can leave the country because of the new Brexit rules. Again, just think about the structure of this thing that's on his head. Think about the depth of it and how it kind of moulds the shape of his head. It'll give the indication that it's kind of a shaved head. Maybe slightly longer hair on the top. So as the light is kind of coming from this direction, it's going to be slightly darker on this side of the curve of this strap. So we light on that side. We darker across there. I want a little bit of this glowy green light just to maybe catch one or two elements on his face. But I want to build up the structure of his face first before I start adding the highlights and details and stuff. Oh, you got the spot. You got a spot on your wall for it already. Good. The good thing is this is quite a thick canvas. This is one of these kind of thick-edged canvases, so you can hang just basically it on the wall directly if you want to. You don't have to go to the bother of framing it. You can do if you want to. Make sure that's back in the camera shot again. Hang on. Just make sure my screens catch up to make sure I've got it back in the right place. Yeah, about there. Okay. This is his eyebrow that comes around the top part of his eye orbit. So this bit's going to be quite shadowy. So what I'm going to do is mix up some of those darker browns. I'm going to leave a slight wisp of light green coming down here. Very, very light green. And pull that shadow across just to give an emphasis of his beard. Coming to about there and then comes down. I've just got some Naples yellow. Mixed with a touch, a very slight touch of that green. Just create a bit of a shadow there on that side. That's going to be a part of his nose there, come down there. Use that shadow again just for the corner of his nostril. around that way. This is where you really start to sort of sculpt the paint, because you're really thinking about the three-dimensional quality of it all. And again, just where I may have lost some of the light of that eye, I'm just going to take off some of this paint. Which might be enough to give an illusion of lightness to it. It's not going to be white. It's very, very sort of light, very, very light green. Just dabbing it softens it a little bit. There is a highlight just in the corner of his eye, just about there. Just mixing some yellow with some warm white. Mix a little bit more warm white with it, it's a bit too yellow. Could be lighter, a bit more white. The lightest part on his face is this nose. It's that light. I can then sculpt the rest of the colours to kind of fit around it, if you know what I mean. So I know how light need to go, and then how dark need to go, and then I can start playing around with how these things kind of fit together. This is all much darker. That Payne's grey's got a lovely greenish quality to it, greenish grey. You started doing it to the light, so any other elements totally look darker. So light, a little bit darker stills, kind of a three-tonal effect, all helps kind of build the illusion of it going around the surface. A bit of shadow comes in for that top part of his nose. Over there, down here. A bit comes underneath this bit. That's much darker. Over the top of his nose. I zoom in. I'll get a slightly better view. I think that whole cheek there though can be a little bit darker, so what I'm going to do is stick some of that yellow ochre, add some white to it, touch that green, just make it slightly yellowy green. So just start sculpting in some of this stuff as well. Starting to get there. I'm going to do is pick up some of that green a little bit. Just to give context to how this light comes around, I'll probably lighten this even further as well. So just bring that jawline in a bit, so we're looking a bit a little bit too wide on the other side. So that luminous green, I'm just mixing with a touch of white. I just want to be like a little catchy highlight on his cheek. Just helps bring that chin in, that jawline in a little bit. I might want to catch him on his nose as well. So in the light areas, I'm just going to give that a little bit of a kind of a greenish hue to it. I want those highlights to be a little bit stronger when they're closest to the light source, and as they get further away they're going to get slightly more muted. as it gets closer to a light source as well, it's got to pick up more skin tones. Excuse me. It's kind of a reflected light back up into his face there. Okay. And some of these creamy colours rather than green. Hi, is this Squash? No, it's oil paints, watercolour Nana. So we started off this morning just with a very simple sketch in kind of a burnt sienna, and then just slowly building up the forms and the shapes, and then playing with the colours, getting the tones right. Thank you for asking. And the reason why, if you're watching over on, where are you watching from? Facebook? Oh no, you're not. You're watching from Twitch. Apparently, Tom Hardy is going to be playing this character in a new film. Now, this might be just a rumour. It might never come to fruition. But doing this portrait for my son, and I thought it'd be quite cool to kind of paint him along. It's quite cool to have so there's no real reference as him as this character anywhere, and to kind of create it out of pure imagination. They're putting these two things together randomly. put some more definition back into this kind of eye. It's kind of lost its way a little bit. And some elements I need to kind of just strengthen up a little bit. For some reason a bit of Payne's Grey, Alizarin Crimson and some Burnt Sienna just to give this dark bottom lip some a little touch of colour to it and the dark recesses. Some slight shadow shapes up there as well. Also this bit comes just slightly wider there. Guess what? Oh, cool! Like this is going. I like how you use green so bold like that. Yeah, it's kind of a luminescent, kind of shimmery type thing. With a couple of colours over top of it, it'll kind of whiten down a little bit. Oh, my audio is echoing. Thank you very much for that. I thought I have got everything switched down. Let's have a quick look, because sometimes no, it's not there on. Yeah, I've got everything muted, so apologies for that. I think as a multi-streamer, sometimes you do pick up like little ghost elements of the other places that I'm streaming, so apologies. Yeah, they're all linked. They're all kind of streamed together, but I don't know why the echo is happening, because the other two are muted. Don't know if that's any better. Oh, try that. Is that better? It might be that my mic is picking it up from my headset. My headset is picking up the feed from the different streams and stuff, so that might be where it's coming from. But it is good now, I can't hear myself at all. Nothing worse than listening to your own voice rattling on in the background. Let's grab a quick brush. There we go. So it's nice to kind of play around with Instagram today. I've gone and sorted out my Instagram page as well. I am now a creator with my business page on Instagram. I've been umming and ahhing about it for ages, but I can't see any reason why not to. It's my business, so I went live for the very first time today on Instagram, which is, I'm sure, to a lot of people's annoyance, because I'm kind of everywhere at the minute. blue shadows as well in this. Some bit of textures, kind of pulling wet paint through wet paint, kind of just with a sharp edge of a brush, and I dab my brush doing the same thing, just along the edge of here. It's like a stippled effect. If you watch Bob Ross videos, he does the same thing for trees. But he never painted Tom Hardy's beard as the guy from Splinter Cell. Yeah, it's still working, still understandable but not big. Okay, cool. As long as you can understand what I'm saying. Sometimes people have a problem with my accent as well. It's Sadie over on YouTube. Hello. Good to see you. Thanks for watching. So you've got, I say, 3 different places that I'm streaming to at the moment. And you've got Facebook, YouTube and Twitch. I was on Instagram earlier, but I thought after a couple of hours, you know, for the very first time, that'll be enough on Instagram. But I did say I was going to stay until I got this finished today, just so you can see a complete process from begin to end. So this isn't anything clever that I'm really doing. I'm just kind of looking for shapes and tweaking them as I go along. Just look for shapes of shadows. Trying to get a feel for if it's slightly more bluish or greenish or brown. I'm kind of inventing the colours as I go along a little bit because Tom Hardy's face has never had such a light, strong, bright, luminescent green on it before. Or at least there's no references that I can find. Let's quickly go back to my. I've got a reference for the game itself, so I just want to have a look at the kind of the glasses. I'm trying to sculpt the light of those and darken it on the other side. I did want to pick up some elements going across the top of there and back down here, so it's just catching the light. It's going to give you that illusion that there's something going back over the top of his head. Ooh. Go that way. You can see it a little bit better. Just my sitting posture because I'm getting old. I'm going to clean up that a little bit as well later. Clean up these lenses. So, how are we getting out? How are we doing out there? I know sometimes I'm just concentrating on the painting at this stage, so I don't want to leave you behind. If you've got any questions at all, you can ask. It's not a problem. If you've got any advice, let me know. I'm not too conceited to think I know everything. I don't. One of the best things actually about doing this is you pick up so much information from other people. So if you've got info about something you might be doing or looking at, or maybe new ways of thinking about something, let me know. Give a slight indication there might be slightly longer hair in his hairline there. Definitely needs to be darker in this bit. So what we'll do, I've got a mall stick, actually it's a walking stick. I hook this over the top of my easel, set that on a pallet just underneath, and just give me a nice space to work from, so keep my hands nice and steady. Just using a little bit of very in a sense, more on a dark light blue. It's a lightish blue, but on the dark, it's got picking up the colour of the black underneath. It's not painting right on the top of it. It's kind of translucent, but it's given me kind of a halo effect around the side of his head. So just lightening that edge up a little bit, but enough to get it some depth. Again, when that comes around that way. Just want to indicate where the edge might be, so it's similar to this. So it's a very dark light blue. when you put it on the dark area, it looks lighter blue. Put some lighter rays. A good white, if you want a strong white, is the Winsor Newton titanium white. Michael Harding one's a little bit translucent, so whatever you put with it, the white doesn't kind of blast it away. You can kind of see through it a little bit, which is great for some things, not so great in others, where you kind of want it to kind of stay white. If you know what I mean? I can let this dry and then paint layers of white over the top of it, and it'll do that for me. But very create an illusion of these lenses at the moment. Then we'll go back over with some stronger green. Again, it's quite hard to kind of draw the ellipse if you've not got the centre of it right. It's kind of throwing me out a little bit. one. How are you all doing out there? Are you still with me? I'm just putting this bit of fuzzy dark, light, dark green. It's a terrible description, isn't it? Fuzzy dark, light, dark green. It's light in comparison to the back this dark hair and this background, but it's actually a very, very dark green. And just coming out of there, putting it along, just the edge of that. Kind of looks like it's going in, just like it's gripping his head. I like the Tom's face a little bit. Just clean my brushes. Have a wee break. I'll sit back. I'll turn the camera off because I'm going to have a cigarette and I don't like smoking on screen. So, but I'm still going to be here, so you can still talk to me. Ask me any questions. Come up with some suggestions. Tell me what you like, what you don't like. Hopefully the echoey sound isn't too bad for you now. I do apologise about that. I think it's a streaming loop. Just clean off my brushes in the meantime, because when you come back to painting, sometimes you've got paint that's left on them, you forget what you've been painting prior, and so you've got to mix up a lovely creamy yellow and you've got green luminous paint stuck on it. It really throws your paint out. I'm just going to soften, I think, all of these colours, because what I might do is get a soft brush and just lightly go over the whole surface, just to unify some of the paint that I've got on there already. Like, for example, if I do this, what I'm going to get rid of is any white canvas I've still got in there. I'm going with the direction of the paint. I'm not fighting it at all. It'll soften it, and I may have to kind of redefine some things again, but that's okay. What I don't want is any sort of pixelated canvas to kind of come through. It might look like a loosened definition, but I can pull the definition back in again. Same thing with this uniform. Otherwise it's going to look a bit sort of scratchy and painted-y. Which is okay if it's a texture and quality you want in your paint, but I want this to feel like solid armour. If I've got sort of the canvas peeking through because I've been a bit mean with the paint, it doesn't give you that sense of solidity, I don't think. I'm literally going over the soft brush. Any bits of canvas I've kind of missed. See, I may have to redefine certain things. But that's okay. I'll have to add some paint on there. And leave it too thin, looking like I haven't painted it. Let's see. Bring these tones a wee across, a wee bit more, just following the kind of the pattern of his beard. And then go back in with those yellows as well, with yellowy greens. Let's just kill this bit right down here. A bit there. I think it certainly helps to do that, just to sometimes if you leave the pixels in of the white canvas, if you've not painted it or not added the paint onto it enough, it can always look sketchy in both sense of the word. I want it to have a believability to it. I know it's all made up and sort of all imaginary, but you know, if Tom Hardy used to play his character, I want him to kind of look like this. Very brave, not this bit. See what I mean? That suddenly feels a little bit better, just by getting rid of all those white spaces. You might think that's a white space, but it's actually green. But yeah, I'm going to take a quick break. And I'll see. I will be sat here, so I'm just going to take off one of the cameras so I can have a quick cigarette, finish my cold coffee. Oh, I didn't put it back on. There. Sorry, I hadn't put it back on before. I'm going to take it back off again. Sorry about that. So. Yeah, you can talk, good chance to talk to me about absolutely anything right now. Or you can sit back and just watch. It's up to you. everybody still with us? The stream's saying there's people there, so. Yeah, I think it still needs to darken that left-hand side of the face down. Give a bit more structure to that bottom lip. I'm going to make it a little bit more blue. Definitely make the green more green. So I'm going to mix up some of that green first because it's such a strong colour. And then it'll be finished, Ethan, and I can send it on to you. I have to wait till it dries. I don't mind. It might take I'm going to leave it probably a week to dry and then I'll post it. That's alright. Looking forward to getting it good. Let's see if I can give you a slightly better angle of it. If I kind of spin the camera, but it's just so I can get a straight on, a straight on-ish view. Let's see what that looks like. Probably getting more sheen off the camera. Sometimes you get sheen off the light, especially with oil paints. Yeah, you are. Yeah, but I need to darken down that left, like his right, our left-hand side of his face. I think. It's got a little bit of touch of Tom Hardy to him. I think just need to soften a couple of things around his eyes. That's probably kind of a too yellowy colour underneath that eye. I need to take that back as well. Just take it down a tone or two. Soften this underneath there. And some dirty marks. Tone this down. You could think he's got like camouflage on his face, but it's I want it to appear like it's an afterglow from these lights. I'm now painting with my fingers. Rembrandt did that as well, apparently. That needs to be a little bit lighter on this side. So his cheekbone. His cheekbone comes around there. So it's darker. That bit there, it's darker. Can't stop fiddling. I need to take a break. I need to stop. It to appear like it's a headset going around him. I bring that shadow for that corner of it. I'm not going to do this right now. There's a dark bit where the shadow comes inside from there outwards, just to give a bit of context to that eyeball. shadow comes up there. Comes down. I need to stop. Take a break. So I've been doing this for nearly 4 hours, which is not bad. It's okay. Ethan, you're gonna finger paint will forever be relevant from toddler to adult. Yes, it will be. You're quite right, Ethan. Yeah, you're seeing that over on Twitch. And you're going to take a break because you need to start your stream. If you're streaming in the background, I'll be probably back when I'm done. Cool. No worries. It's always good to have you here. I'll come back to proper painting this now. I've made a little break. Even with my break, I couldn't stop fiddling with the painting, so I might as well paint. I'll switch this camera back on so you can see me. Hello. And so there. Get my screens back up again so I can see my other chats. So live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch all at the same time. There. Okay, I'm just going to see everybody, just in case anybody says hello. So yeah, what was I doing? That little dark bit coming out that high, with the dark deep reddish bit. I'm going to use my small stick for that. Just to rest my hand on it. Do the same thing for this eye. Just help out some of the structures in it. Just bring that down a little bit, I think. dry that brush off a bit on the palette, just so I can pull some of these colours into the greens. Just softens them a little bit. Oops. Mostly go for a walk. And lighten that bottom lip up a little bit as well. It's pretty dark underneath, but that bottom lip is a lot lighter. Shading in the top part of his moustache. As it comes past there, the actual corner of his, what looks like the corner of his mouth is actually down here somewhere. It's a little bit darker again. There's a bit of a shadow that comes all the way up kind of meet it just about there. Same thing for this side. Just going to soften that edge a little bit, it's too harsh. Spice these. Okay, it's got a little bit better. catch some little bits of light on his beard just on that side. That same sort of greenish highlight. Just touching it. Bob Ross style. Right, let's have a look. I wanted sort of a lightish, very bluey grey for that bottom lip. And the blue will actually pick up a sense of green to it. That white going, well, that bluey white going across that red, giving it like a purpley colour, which is quite nice for the top lip as well. Must be slightly darker in this corner, I think. Just darken it down a little bit. softening that those marks on the eye. Whew. In there. Just to bring some light blue grey up into this nose. Okay, so move his face for a little bit, and I'm just going to do these, we'll call them lenses. Just load my brush up with a bit of green. This is it's more of a bluish hue on the edge of the green. So mix the green together. Maybe some of that warm white. Lift the lightness to it. So some slight darker greens will pop in. The green's popping a little bit, isn't it? There's like a flash of blue, flashes of green because it's so bright. I need to be brave about doing those things. Because it could overpower it all, but bit of lens flare. Small turquoisey blue. Turquoise is a colour I haven't got. bigger brush. A little bit of soft application. Let's be brave and do this. Go back over this light green. It's white. Yeah. Think. So look at his face again. Until he's there. If not there. So have a quick look at Mr. Hardy's face. Connection with that. There was a good tweak. Some of these talks. I think, Ethan, this is it. If you're still watching. Alrighty, I think that's it. I'm done. That's Tom Hardy as Sam Fisher from Tom Clancy's Splinter. Tom Hardy has been rumoured, as I haven't seen any evidence of it yet other than people speculating online, but is rumoured to be playing him in a film, the same thing. So we'll wait to see if that happens. But if it does, great. I've done a paint of him, which will be bringing its way to you, Ethan. Hopefully, in not too distant future, we can all start getting together and being in real life for a change, and get to see you sometime over the summer. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Right. I think I'm going to leave it there. Can't help but tweaking, but I have to stop. I have to stop somewhere. Okay, maybe there. Maybe there. Confuse me all. I like bits just under the left side. This one needs to be a little lighter. There. Okay. I think we're done. So, what do you think? Tom Hardy-ish. It's pretty hard when you don't really have the image to work from. You're kind of making it up as you go along, mixing a couple of things. There's a photograph of Tom Hardy and a reference of the game to kind of work from. The rest is purely up to you as you do it, so nobody can really say it's wrong. That's the benefit of doing it. But it's kind of dirty in that face a little bit. Yeah. Okay, now I'm going to stop there before I start fiddling on with it too much. Hope you had a good time. What's that been now? Nearly 4 hours and 40 minutes. I've probably been painting for 40 minutes with the breaks and the chit chat or what have you. So 4 hours, not bad. As it says, Tom Hardy as Sam Fisher. And yeah, so thanks for watching. I'll probably see you back again next week for more ArtCat. But until then, take care of yourselves, look after yourself, look after those who are around you who you can, and I'll see you all again soon. I'll try and find the off switch now. Even when you're watching this, hope you like it, son. I'll put a post up of it on Instagram later. Alright.